Hello? There we go. Hello? Okay, we've got like 1 minute, less than 1 minute till the bell goes off. So let's turn deck off and the bell on. Bell on. We got 1 minute, less than a minute. Can you all hear me okay? Everybody hear me fine? Test 1, 2, 3. Let's see if I can put that up a little more. There we go. That's about all I can get out of this. Yeah, there we go. That's better. All right. Let's just do this real quick. Okay, I refreshed it real quick, so we're set and ready to go. All right. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. By the time you hear this, the bell will ring. Okay. And we're off to the races. We got to pull back on Tesla. Watch for the reversal on Tesla. There we go. We got down because everything was up this morning. So I expect a little bit of reversal here. Except NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA. Everything except Apple and Tesla. The two extreme rate stocks. What do you know about that? 243.73. Apple's looking for 245 today. Definitely looking for 245. Okay, that's that one. Meta went up a little bit. Hope somebody got on that one. Boom. Okay. Just put some stuff in my nose. So it's gonna take a few seconds. There goes NVIDIA taking off right off the bat. On a 144. About a 144 call on that would be great right now. But watch out for the pullback, then go for it one more time. Let's see if we got one more out of it. Tesla's still dropping. Still dropping. 351. Let's say 75. Let's see. 351.75 right there. Okay. It did hit that 355. I put it up to 356 for now. But look at this thing go down. The biggest losses in Elon Musk paid drama aren't who? The biggest losers from Delaware court decision again. Boyd, Tesla, CEO, Epic 2018 pay package set Musk or shareholders. They are the lawyers. Had added to the $5 billion. Judge awarded $345 million. Just the cost of doing business. $345 million when you're doing billions is just the cost of doing business. So watch for the reversal. We'll see how far down this goes. I don't like where it's headed at all. I don't like where it's headed. 350. 350. Not holding. Not holding. Not holding. It's going to bring everything down. Let's see. Can't see the map yet. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if it changed. Ooh. There it is. Let's hope this is it. 350. 350. 25. Let's go 35. Let's see what happens. Spy's not moving. Not yet. Wow. Woo. I need one more eye drop. This bright eye. Ooh. Look at NVIDIA. Watch Tesla. And go straight back up again. Okay. Oh. I did some yoga yesterday. Just a little bit. Oh, I am so sore. Just the part of putting my leg on the table and stretching. It's the hamstrings. Oh, that hurts. They are here. Oh, there you are. You know what I'm talking about. You go. You work out. The hamstrings. I hate that. My weakest part of my body. Tighten that up. Good morning to you. One shot. You could say good morning in the morning. You know you're here. Okay. Still going down. We're still going down. Okay. Bottom VWAP is about 348.30. 348.30. 340. 348. Let's go 35. 30. 35 again. So it went about $1.40 lower. No, it didn't go that low. Where did I go to? Oh, that's where it could go. It was 343, 343.50. Let's see, right there. We can get it just right. Okay, so we got 349. That's what we got. That's perfect. 349. For the moment, it's 350.25. Let's see where it went. There was some pullback. It's bad news. Anytime you lose $300 million, court ordered, it's not a good day. It's too bad. If I knew I was going to win, I would short the market. Exponential and VWAP. That's going to put us here at 142. Oh, my back. Wow. Actually, it's my leg. 142. Dropping again. 140. Look at it go. Wow. NVIDIA. What a dive. No news. Nothing. 921. That was off the profit just then when it went up. Dropped again as I did that. Gotta find channel. 20. Alright, let's see what happens now. Even Apple came back. It was going all the way up there and came all the way down. $142 support on AMD. 142. We're going to bring the top to 143 for now until we see some major. Actually, no. 142.65. I'm going to leave it where it belongs. That's fine. And that one on top. Oh, look at Meta. Meta came all the ways down and then all the ways back up. Boy, if you could time these things, you could make so much money. Get out the crystal ball. there. Okay. Still dropping. $6.12. $6.12 on the bottom here. Leave the top for now. Here we got 141.75 support. There you go. Now I can see it. That's better. That's too big. Okay, what do we got here? Tesla starting to come back up into channel. A channel is moving up. I told you Tesla would come back up again after all that. Oh, come on. 290. 75. It's too low. It's got to be about 85. Right there. 85. Okay. Just looking for channel. And once we get channel, we'll know exactly where we're at, and then we can go from there. Otherwise, we're just guessing and gambling. I like a good gamble once in a while, but the last one cost me over $2,000. Wasn't worth it. Oh, okay. Last piece of banana here. Magilla. Magilla Gorilla. Where was Magilla from? Magilla. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's my tops. Bottom. Coming back. This brings us to, let's see, 141. Let's go to 65. I want to be somewhere between the 13 and the VWAP. And we'll wait for this to join us. Looks like it's going to go back up. I see it going back up when it does, but right now the markets are down. I can see that. Let's see what we got here. It says that we're up. Can't be. It's not populated yet. Still need a few more minutes, about 2 minutes. And then we'll see exactly where we're at. What was that? This is a disappointment here, NVIDIA. I thought it was going to go back up. It was down yesterday too. Or was NVIDIA the only one that was up yesterday? I don't know. You know that? Here we go. Okay. My house was 53 degrees last night. I had to put the heat on just for 1 degree, just to bring it up, just to take that little edge. It's for my cat. I don't want to see her get sick. She's old. She's used to a very comfortable life. I wish I had her fur coat. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. I don't know what's going on. No more streamers anymore. They're all like, wow. Here's viewing them all. That's all that's all that's really happening is in chat now. Where's the done? That's it. You really cleaned house here. Clean house. What's Deck looking at? Ooh, CYCN. CYCN. Did I put that in? Yeah, of course I did. I make my own watch list in the morning. All right, let's get this up to par. Highest top. Oh, I missed it. Shit. 2. Go. There we go. We can get rid of this one. PSCH. Can't short it. PL Towie watch. That's it. Everything else is working. CYCN is number 1 right now. There's CYCN. Cheap stock, $8.20 right now. It looks like it halted. Not now. It halted over here after the bell started, right about there, 9:43. Let me see if I'm right. I'm gonna go to the halt. Here we go. What the heck is that? I got it in twice? I do. Oh, I don't need that twice. Take that out. Alright. Here we go. CYCN. Yeah, it did. It halted at 9:38, just like I said. Alright, for 5 minutes. It's still good. Alright, let's put that back. Just keeping an eye on it. There's really not much happening. Not much happening here either. We're still waiting for the markets to stop dropping so we can form a channel and then we can start working our way back up. Now, Tesla's already starting to work its way up. Nvidia should follow if you want to trade that. 85. Let's go to 90. Let's go to 90. Let me just see where that's good. 90 and 70 is 60. Oh, I'm right there. I am right there. Get away from me. No auto zoom. 141. 60. Okay. There you go. That is. Looks like we're finally getting that turn right there. We already got the turn on. I would be in calls right now. Wait for the pullback. Don't jump in just because it's up. Wait for the pullback and then jump in. All right. Remember, I got about a 4-second delay for you guys at the moment. 350 here is 350.20. Let's go 15. 15. And that would be 40 on the top here. Let's see what we got here. 351. Nope. Let's go. What do we got right there? 352.20. Alright, so let's do that. 352.20. 352.20 is here. And that brings 350, 351. 351 is 350.95. That's your $1.25 right there. Okay. First alert is for there at about 3:54. It's going to take a while. We're at 3:52 now. So let's do this. That's not what I want. Duplicate it. $3.54. What are you doing, man? That's like $2 away. Come on, active. 354. Oh, 54. Where are you? Let's do this here. Put that there. NVIDIA calls. I'll tell you. I'm looking at Tesla real quick. Okay, there you go. NVIDIA calls. Not yet. Not yet. Who asked me? Not yet. Look at where we're going. We're still dropping. We want to get the bottom first. And then we get a channel. Once we get our channel, we know direction. Right now, the only direction we have is down, and I don't want to see you do puts because at any second this can change and it's going to turn. We got to be real close to the bottom. I thought we were there already, but we weren't. That's why I haven't called anything for it. 140.70. Oh, no. I did it. Oh, spank me. Harder. That feels good. No, it doesn't. It hurts, and my legs hurt. You're mean. You know I'm hurting. Why I do this shit? I hate that thing. Okay. So, we've got here 140.75. 140.75. And 75 is 50. Yeah, it'll put us at 50 on the top. At 45, really. 45. 141.45. Right there. Well, let's see if we're there yet. Once we get, there's your second green. We're looking for a confirmation, trading profits. Once you get a trade confirmation, like now, but we already got one here, and we got one here, and we got one here. So these are fake outs. We need a real confirmation. Let's see what it pulls back now. If it pulls back, starts pulling back a little higher, and we start getting higher lows. You know what I mean? Once we get that first higher low, then I'll say yes. That's a confirmation. Right now, every time we think we got it, look what happens. You ain't got it. I got it. No, you ain't got it. Don't let go of the rope. What rope? Splat. Okay, there you go. That's a third green. That's a kind of a confirmation right there. So let's see. There's a doji, which is good. It's a lower doji, which means it's going to go forward. I would say now 142 to 143. Right now, when it goes red, 143. Call. There it is. You were close. When you asked me, you were very close to the bottom. You really were. You were there. You would have been fine. So, but it didn't show it until right now. You see it? You see what I'm talking about? You're welcome, but I want to make sure that you really see it. You're looking for that confirmation. It's really important. And we were faked out. A confirmation to me is when the second green, the first green is the short selling out. When you sell off a short, what do? You have to buy it back. So that's the buys. You see the buy. The second green, there might be some selling off of the shorts continuous because they see it starting to go up, all right, and they want to get in on that. But it's also people buying forward and going on calls and stuff like that. But right now, we want to make sure that every time it pulls back, we're a little bit higher than here to here, and then next time to here. That's what we're looking for. If it starts to pull down below, then we got weakness. And look at Tesla. We got weakness. So we just pulled back again, almost to the same spot. Very, very, very close. I don't like it. Intel, I didn't see the Intel news, but we do have, remember that today at 1:45 you got Powell speaking, right? So it's going to be very shaky today. A lot of times when I know that Powell is going to speak, I won't trade until he comes on. and then I'll try to make some money on that. But if you want a solid one right now, you can go with Apple. Apple is been going. Let me show you. Apple. Look at Apple straight up. Even Meta, which is still going up. All right, it hit a double. It hit a double high. Hit a double. What do you call that? Like a double, triple whammy here. Over here, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so, and that I would have called before. I would have called 616.55, and we've got on. What are we looking at? Meta. I don't know if I have Meta out here right now. I may have taken it out. Let's see. I think I took it out. Let's see. Just take any stock and put Meta in there. Let's see. I'll put Amazon. Amazon's another good one we should probably watch. Maybe I'll just go back and forth. Meta, Amazon. I might switch over to Amazon. Amazon's up $5. Good bet today. Real good. Meta's up 160. What did I want to say? High day. Look at Tesla. I'm sorry. Look at Apple. Look at Apple. What did I just tell you? I'm looking at Apple. I pulled Apple, and look what just happened. All right, and that's the high. 616.33 right now. What do you say? What do we got? That's not right. Wait a second. Oh, I put it on Meta. All right, I'm reading Meta, but I'm looking at Apple. That won't work. All right, let me go back to Apple for a second. That's Amazon. What the heck am I doing? Give me one more. Hold on. Oh, shoot. I don't want that. Give me a second. I'm losing it. Amazon. And put in Apple. I was looking for the higher day. AAPL. But look at Apple go. I told you before, Apple. All right, Apple. Oh, come on. What the heck is that? AAPL. Isn't that Apple? It sure is. There we go. Come on. Some weirdo stock came up. It's not. Apple's range. I was right. 243.88. I was right. 243.88. There it is. Oh, it's written right there. Oh, great. For right now. But Apple's a good one. All day. Apple, we're going to look at 245. That's what I said earlier. I said, I don't know if anybody heard me. I said we're looking at 245 Apple. All right, right there. What do we got? Right here is 75. True. And then we're going to put down 243.05. 243.05. Let's see if it'll take the 70 cents. I remember yesterday it changed. 243.05. And that would give us the 70 cents. Boy, it doesn't seem like... I think yesterday I said you got to go a little closer. That it's no longer 70 cents. It was 60. Yeah, that's good too. 60 would be 15. Let's try that. 1.5. 243 is 60 cents. Nope. What about here? 60 is 15. That's where I put it. 20. Oh. That's why I didn't have 15. I had, let's do the 20. See, it was 15. It was, okay. 15. I had it right. Okay, 15 puts us right there. Perfect. And that 60 is 75. There's our channel. So we're down from 70 to 60 for right now on channel. NVIDIA, a little disappointing today, okay? But back down even lower, back to the lower VWAP plot, okay? You know, we follow those things, and if you look, it came in this morning, it jumped up, and then all the way down, and it's still dropping. So whatever you said before, you're probably right. Intel, CBS were the ugliest turnaround attempts. All right, 140, 160. Let's go 55. Right there. 55. That's going to bring you down. It doesn't even matter. We just need to bring it above the 25 is perfect. That's 60 cents. It should be 70. So it's 50 and 70 is 25. That is correct. Above the 13 exponential. Right there. That one's good. All right, let's go back, take a quick look. See? No movement in the SPY. NVIDIA is still dropping. So remember I told you looking for that confirmation? We really did not get a solid confirmation. You see what happened there? That second one, it did go. You would have made a quick, if you made a quick boom, in, out, tick your money, but still not what you're looking for. Let me see, I can't see you guys. Let me put that behind me. Okay. Gonna have a few CEO intels. Okay. CEO Intel. Oh, Intel is. Okay, and that'll affect the entire chip industry. That's called sympathy play. Okay. But who's getting it? Gonna have, are you talking about Intel or are you talking about NVIDIA? Either way, it's still a sympathy play. It's all part of the tech stocks. How is anybody watching Mister at all? One shot, you watching that or you gave up on that one? I don't know if he's listening to me. One shot? I know Deck was talking about his daddy before. Who's your daddy? Done with Mister. I gotcha. That's a scary stock. You can make a fortune of money with Mister, or what do you call it? But you know, the stock wasn't as bad on the spread as CBT. Okay, GB, and these are crypto. Good, yeah, crypto. I didn't like the stock. The option, it was just too far apart. You were down too much money, and if you took a multiple like I do, if you took 5 to 10 contracts, you would already be down $1,000 from the minute you start. So if you have an account with, let's say $500,000 or more, you might be able to be okay with it. But people with small account like us can't afford that. We're looking to make 300-400, and we're already down 1,000. I don't think so. I can't live with it. You know. I'm still going to leave that upper here for. There will be a turnaround sooner or later, so I will leave it. Even if it's not today, it could be tomorrow. All right, let's put this 605.45 here on the SPY. The markets are pulling down. Let's see what I got. FinViz. And let me give it a little shake up here. It shows positive market. That can't be. Let's see. Yeah. Here we go. Amazon, Apple, Oracle, Microsoft, Avgo, NVIDIA, Google. The only one is Tesla, and NVIDIA is still green at this point because I'm telling you, the market's opened up. Still, the consumer and through energy and healthcare are still down right now. I still haven't made I have not made a decision for my Medicare. I have to do it very soon. GBTC, 15 cents. Bitcoin, huh? I'm going to keep that over here. What do I got? That's too much. Doom. I have to keep them in order to price. I got Apple's 243. Amazon goes on the other side. We're going to keep a little eye on Amazon. Amazon has been going up all week. So I like Apple. I never used to watch Apple. I'm not an Apple guy. I like pears better. Anybody here like pears? But I also like the Giants. Okay, let's see. Especially when they were in New York. When I was a kid, I grew up in a middle class family. Ask me any question. I grew up in a middle class family. Now I'm in Hawaii. Now I'm doing what I did before. Nothing. And who would pay her to go speak somewhere? She's the worst effing speaker I've ever heard. AI News yesterday, I think it climbs for the next 60. I grab calls. Excellent. Good move. See? So I do this on my own. You don't even talk to me and fill me in, you know? I call these on my own. So I'm doing pretty good then, right? Giving out good information here. That's why I'm here, active. That's why I'm here. I'm just kidding. 33 people. That's it. Let's let people know I'm here. Active's here and he's calling them. I do the best I can. No, don't pick on me. Okay, I wrote Active Trader is live and calling winners. There you go. I'm calling a winner. when they get here, I'll say, you're a winner. See, I called a winner. Just kidding. All right, can I get away with that? Let's see, what do I got here? Okay, give me one more second. Here we go. 8:05. All right. Okay. Let's see how many people pop in right now. There's 28. I lost 5. Let's see what comes back. Ah, God, my eyes. All right, we coming back in channel. NVIDIA's trying. All right, let's see. What do we got? Let's do this one here. Back to 33. Okay, that's good. You are all winners. I want you to know that. And I call it the way I see it. And I can see you guys pretty well. Raise your hand. Okay, so what do we got here? We're looking at SPY, NVIDIA, Tesla. Now they're in channel. You see how we finally found our channel? And then if we go to the top in Meta, look at this. I haven't touched them. They're in channel. Okay? We're starting to find channel. Now we can find direction. And that's what you got to do with options unless you want to lose money. And nobody really wants to lose money. But the problem is in the first 10, 15 minutes of the day, even though you can make a lot of money, we try to go find those channels when there isn't one yet. And where do you find the channel? Look at NVIDIA. Where do you find the channel? We had 1, then we had 2, we had 3 different channels in here. The only one that didn't really go anywhere was the SPY. It went a little bit up and a little bit down as a reflection of the rest of the S&Ps. But there really wasn't much movement on the overall, but a lot of movement through NVIDIA, Tesla, which went all the way down, came back up. It didn't hit. Listen, it's in between, upper and lower. Did not touch the upper or lower VWAP. It went along with it, but it didn't go past it or under it. So we have a channel right now. Now we got to just figure out which way. And I think the markets are positive. Let me pull up FinViz for you real quick. Then what am I saving over here? Oh, I got to save these. These are yoga exercises. I don't want to get rid of this. Where can I put these? I'm going to put these on the other side of health. Right there. And this one too. These are exercises that I do so I can hurt the next day and be in pain. Because if I'm in pain, then, you know, pain is what it's all about. No, I'm just kidding. It's not about pain. It's about stretching so you don't have pain later on. All right, what was I going to do? I was going to do something. Oh, FinViz. Lost my own attention span. Like a gnat who just hit the windshield of a car doing 60 miles an hour in the wrong direction. Okay, let's see. Where the heck did that go? Come on. I got it. That's what I'm telling you. Depending on the speed of the mouse, I can't push it. All right, let's try speeding it up. Speed it up. Okay, let's try it now. See that? All I did was speed up the mouse, and it opens it up. Get rid of this. And bam. Here we go. Oh, wow, it's got my yoga. Anybody for a little yoga? What happened to FinViz? FinViz. There it is. Boom. Okay. Let's take a quick look. You can see we've got the Dow at 164. The Nasdaq's up 153. The S&Ps are up 17, and even the Russell's up. And if you look here at the chart, okay, we're looking at the financials and through the consumers are looking red, but everything else in the S&P section here is in technology is looking good for the moment. Of course, a lot of small ones in here. And then, of course, these are the stocks. Let's see if I'm missing anything. CYCN, CNEY, I don't watch. It's under $1. CCRN, I don't have that one. Let's put it in here. CCRN. Okay, and XCure. That one comes up a lot, doesn't it? What is that stock? Anybody know? I should know it, but I don't. HRTX, another one. Cheap stock. Let's see. HRTX. And then I'll go back real quick. HRTX. There's your list right there. And you know, we feel looks darker today. Some of that haze is gone. I didn't do anything. It just gone. It's gone. The pain, it's gone. I wish. I was talking to Jay yesterday. I called after I left you guys. I spoke to Jay for about I don't know, for about 30 minutes about his problems and his pain. Apple. If anybody listened to me before, you would have taken a call. I did say when it was at 241, I said Apple was going for what price, folks? What did I say? Anybody? Put it on the board, quick. What did I say? 245. Where's it at? 244.11. So that was at 241 when I called 245 today. I didn't say 250 yet, but 250 is the ultimate plan. But I said 245 earlier, and we're at 244.11, so you can see where we're headed. Okay, we got 240. Let's see. Oh, you were guessing. Okay, it's not a bad guess. I think by the end of the week we might be looking at that. At the rate it's going, you just wanted to go there because you got calls in it. I don't blame you. I don't. All right, we got 60. Let's leave 50 right here. There's another support and resistance there. I like it better there. That makes it. Let's go to 60. 60 and 50. Really, I think it is the 110, 10, 50, and 60. We're at 50 now. I'm going to leave it at the 50. I think it's 60. It was 70 before. I think it was 60 on Apple and 70 on AMD. It was one of those two, or I have them reversed. I'm not sure. Okay, you suck. I hate when that happens. I wish they'd take that out of there. It's something to do with this mouse too. If you hit it too hard or twice, it does that. All right, let's bring it back in. You can see we're starting to spike on Meta. Right to the top of the upper VWAP plot. I like those plots because, a lot of people don't use them. And if you don't, you're really missing out on one of the greatest tools for real. So if we got 616.80, we should have 616 on the bottom, or 616.20. 616.80 and 616. Oh, wait, this one's $1. Meta's $1. So if it's 616.80, it would be 615.80. It's going to be real thin, real close. Watch. See, and that's $1, because that's the way the stock moves. There you go. And this, we got this. We're good here. Take a quick look back to SPY. Look at SPY. Very, very nonchalant all day, just doing its thing. Okay. And what do we got here? Try to reach about 141.60. What do we got? 50? 45. Let's just bring it up a little bit to 50. And take it down to 70. Would be 80 and 70. I don't know if that's going to work. Edit. 140. 140. 80 and 70. 70. And 70 is 40. I think it's 80. 80. And I think I put 150, right? There you go. And it's up a little bit higher. But this one is definitely 70. So it's going up, up, up. Let's put it to the top. So let's do 160. I hate that. I don't know why it comes up. It gets me half the times. See? 160. 160. That's good. That's good. I want to see me hit these lines here on top. Hey, we've come a long way from 348. We hit here 352 is $4. So let's hit a couple of winners today, All right, let me open this up here. I'm watching the top. Nothing right now. Watching the top. Apple's had a little bit of a pullback at the moment, but still in the channel. AMD's in the middle of its channel, and Meta's on its top. So I expect a little bit of a pullback first. Let's see what I got here. Oh, here it goes, and then a push. There's your push. All right, so we got 30. I'm going to go to 617.30 on the top. 617.30. 30. Oh, wow. It just flew to 630, just 40 cents to 78 on the top. This thing's going. So on a pullback, if you could see a pullback, go forward. You're looking at about a 620 on the call on Meta. You could do a now 620, 620, and 620 is the number. That's the alert. Okay. Wow. Just as I'm looking at it, it went a little bit, pulled back, and boom. It's like somebody was testing the waters. If you looked on the big scale here, let's go real quick. We'll have to take this out. Let's go to watch list and put in, what did I say, Meta. Boom. Okay, let's open this up. I want to see how many shares that was. So right there, you see that double tap right there? It was a double tap. You had 52,000, but on the regular ones, 20, 25. But that one there went to 29, then boom. You double tap, 52. Pull back, half of it. Watch it go twice again. It's going to go forward, I'm telling you. This thing's going to go. It's pulling back, and then it's going to go forward, hopefully. See if I'm right. 13 exponential. Pull back to about 616. It's not a lot of pullback when you think about it. Not the way this stock moves. That's nothing. That's like Mr. moving back $1 to go forward 3. You know, pulling back a little further than I expected. Nope, it's dropping. So you know what? It's being manipulated right now. It's definitely being manipulated. Definitely being manipulated. But for strength. Remember I told you pull back, you hit your target. It doesn't hit your target, you come out in front of it, you pull back. That pullback is the sell-off. It doesn't go the first time. You sell off a little more, and then you go at it. Big shot. Big shot. Boom. And then everybody who's shorting it now because they think it's going down, they take all those stop losses. Hate that. All right, I'm going to take my pills a little early. Let me bring this back to, you can watch this on with Apple. Bingo. Nothing happening here yet, so let's take the other one with that. All right? Today, Wednesday. Oh, I got to do my pills. All right. Wow. That's a whole week. What happened to Sunday? How come I didn't take Sunday's pills? That's weird. You know what? Let's put Sunday. I'll take Sunday, and I'll put them on Thursday. Then I don't have to do them again until Friday. Makes more sense, right? Right. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Take my balance of nature. Waste of money. God, probably don't even work. Look at Meta. Wow. Wow. Those sons of bitches. Why would they do that? 10 o'clock. 2 of these. Meta's going to go up now. Okay. 17 pills gone. How many pills is that a week? Times 7. 17, that's 49. 7 and 4. That's 119 vitamins a week. In 7 days. 119 vitamins. That's a little much. One human being doesn't need that many pills. It's not all vitamins. A couple of them are med pills. Like you got high blood pressure, cholesterol, and then I got 2 for Lyrica for pain. That's 4 out of the 17. 4, and 1 was a water pill. That's 5. 5 are doctor ordered. So that's 12 of them I'm taking there. There we go. Now we're looking here. We came right out of channel and dropped. Why Apple and Meta together, not AMD? Very little on AMD. It held its own. Huh. SPY finally pulled back with all those. 10 o'clock news. Because October 2% versus 3%. Factory orders went down. But it took too long for it to actually hit. I'm gonna leave it right by that, right there. Let's make it 30. What do I got? 25? We're gonna make it 25. Leave it a step. 25. And that's gonna be SPY 60 is 10. 65. It's more than that now. Oh, that's 602.10. We're at 605. Okay. No, it's 25. Say 85. 85. Sorry. Then 60. 85. Oh, that's the wrong way. 605. 605. There's a mistake. Right there. Okay, should line right up. Ah. There goes NVIDIA. Remember I told you before? It's going to go right up to that upper VWAP plot. Nobody believed me. Same thing for... I told you NVIDIA's going to come back. And you're going to be sleeping. And it's going to be coming back. Okay. At 50. 70. There's 20. What do we got? There it is. Perfect. Okay. Any questions? Put the contracts out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 5. It's too much. Too much. Alright. Okay. Come on. Not coming back in. One more time. There we go. Okay. 38. That's good. 4 seconds. Who's live? Poor buddy. He gave up 0. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Sit up straight. Okay. What do we got? Meta in the middle. 615.60. So 615.70. 70. 6770. Nah. This is right. We got 6. I'm just checking out my 40. 614.40 on the bottom. Come on. And 615.40 on the top. Ooh, that's way off. 15. 40 on the bottom. Oof. That is so tight. That's good. That one's good. 20. 25 here. And 70. 25 would be 95. There. Uh-oh. That's not right. 243.95. Got it. 243.95. That's perfect. Apple. Tesla. In the middle. What do we got? There it goes. Starting to move a little bit. It's drying. Headed. Let's put it at 70. 70. What do we got? Let's go to 75. Okay, 75. It's 349. It's 350. 350. It's 351 on the top. What do we got? Let's bring it down. Let's try it the other way. 352. 352. 351.20. 351.20. See, it's too low. Right there. We got 350. 350.10. 350.10 gives you 351, 351.35. See what that puts us. 351. Do it that way. It's wrong. It's got to be higher. 350 right there. 352. Okay, so we got 352 in the top. 352, 351 is 350.75. 350.75 should be. That's good. Perfect. Now I got it. What's on there? I don't need that. Okay. I'm good. Couldn't get it to work. Got it to work now. All right. Still waiting. Still waiting for something to happen. Don't try to make something happen when there's nothing happening. You're just going to lose money. Maybe on another stock. Let's do this. Let me pull up the scanner. I hate to do this because it slows me down. Scanner. And let's detach. Let's see. Come Come on. Yeah, 50,000, and let's take it from $1. Let's get away from. Let's go from $1, from 50,000. This thing is set too high. Let's go 4.5. I can already tell it's very slow today. It's got to be because the Feds are sleeping. Okay. Yeah, you see? We don't even fill the page. We want to go from change, highest to lowest. Here you got APVO. APVO. None of these stocks are shortable. APVO, 867 last. It went down. This one's no good. Second one, 169. It's no good. Didn't move enough. 163 to 206 is really nowhere. That's JCSC, and it came back to 194. Here, 480 to 550, back to 523. There is nothing. Oh, right here. Here we go. THCP from 11. THCP. Let's put it in here. THCP. THCP. And I see Fogel is done. That means it was a pump and done, or it would still be working. Let's get rid of it. THCP. Nothing really happening. Nothing. 124. Always look at the open and the last. Open and last. See, this is $1 something right here. You got OSOL. 156.24 right here. You got Zeta. Zeta Global Holdings. It went up to 27, back to 26.90. Could run back up. It went up as high as 24.20, 27.79. It could run back up again. Maybe, I don't know what the stock is. And Tenex Therapeutics went down. Well, it went up. It had opened at 604, 720, pulled back to 677. There's really nothing happening right now. There, let me do it one more time. Okay, open. Real quick, right there. ALT. ALT is moving. ALT, and that's it in the top 10. Okay, let's go here. Let's put ALT in there. Let's see what pops up. ALT. Okay, ALT. I know this stock. Enter, and it came all the way here. It's not happening. This one's hard to borrow, which means it might be shortable. It's up 82%. That's an overbought stock. Okay, that's it. Contracts are either today for SPX and SPY or Friday for the rest of them. Let's see what I got. One more shot. All right. I don't really see much happening right now. I don't like what's going on with these. I have a PLTR. It's a long-term watch me stock. SMCI. I don't know what's going to happen with that stock. I really don't. I think there's a lot of guests that think it's going to do much more. We'll see. Even though they were found, once people get a bad taste about something, it's very hard for them to jump back in like they were in it, you know? If you know what I'm talking about. And if you know SMCI, that stock was once up at about $2,000. Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? All right, I'm going to stop that. Let's see. I can keep that running, and then I can redo this one. Oof, my eyes. I need glasses. All right. $18, $19, and 4 is 23. It's right on. He's right on. Right on, Jelly Bean. stop that one. Make sure this one doesn't go to. Look at Tesla. I mean, yeah, Tesla. Remember before what I told you? That VWAP. What happened to my? Right there. I told you lower, upper VWAP plot, and then my 354. Nobody believed me. We're already halfway there. I did call that. When it was dropping, I called that. Remember that. When it was dropping. I have confidence in let's see, let's get this thing up there. 353, 350, 240. 352 and 40. Okay, that's going to bring us about there. It's about right. It's very close. 350, 240. Look. First touch. Right there. Bingo. From all the ways on the bottom there. You didn't believe me, guys. You didn't believe me. Who didn't believe me? And who did? If you believed me, you'd be in it. I told you before. You should be in a 355 call. And now you're already hitting the 354 touch. There's one. We're not done. Markets are up. That's the giveaway right there. Alright, here we're going to put 25 as closest. There you go. Perfect. 25, and that would be 65 here on the bottom. Where does that put us? 605. 65. That's 20. That's 60 cents. 60. Steady. Look at that. Look, it came right back up. We're just waiting. See at the bottom? Right by that lower VWAP plot. Looking good now. Okay. I gotta go get the I told you so sign. While Jay catches up to me. There it is. There's the hit right there. Just hit it again. See? 354. That's a hit. And my other one, 356. I should have put 355 in first. Let's bring it down to 355. Okay, there. And we're going to take this. Alright, we hit this one here. So why don't we just take this one now and edit that to 355. I'm not even going in betweens anymore. Oh, shoot. I slipped. My hand slipped. 355 alert. It is right there. And then 356. Alright. You know what? We don't need both. You know I said it. Let's just go for 355. What I do here. Boom. Alright. Anybody have any questions? 10:38 in the morning. $250, huh? What's the 250? That's Apple. 250. I told you so. There's the bird. I gave you the bird. You know what the bird is? You know what the bird is? Oh, come on. I can get that bird up. Got the bird. It's the bird dance. Okay, what do we got here? Went up a little bit further. Let's go to, it's going to pull back. Got a little pullback coming. Let's see what we got here. Let's go to 20. And then let's bring that down to, let's see if we can go to 25. Makes it easier. Does it? Well, not really. 353. How we doing? All right. So much for my bedtime. I need to go for a walk. I need to start walking again. Uh-oh. Lost you. I got you back. I got you back. I like that. I got you back. Okay. Oh, perfect. Got your back. I like that. All right. Let's see. I gotta change that. Edit. It's not good. Let me see how that came out. Might be too large. Oh, come on, close a few of these up. Ooh. Try it one more time. A little bit of pullback. Tesla. Big pullback on Meta. All by itself. Meta pulled back all the ways to the lower VWAP plot. Down to 611.25. That was a big drop. Big. Whoever had that on a put made some big money. I think it's going to stay there too. Alright, let me check something real quick. Where's the... I want to see something. I'm trying to... Meta still dropping. Big time. Back down to about 609. 609.90. 609.40. Saving 35. I'm gonna say about that. Tip 609.35. No shit. Yeah. Tesla pulling back. Nvidia going forward. Remember, we got that speech today at 1:30, 1:45, so things are going to be a little crazy for a while. Huh. Look at the SPY just going across that top. I really want to see that Nvidia hit that upper VWAP plot. Getting close. Let's try. $45. 40. Oh shit. 70 and 70 would be 40. There you go. There's that one. What happened to my green here? I lost it. Duplicate. Ah, you. Unbelievable. What, baby? I'm busy. Hold on. Busy. Nobody told me I lost it. Support. Okay. Turn around. Turn around. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Okay, cold out there, huh? My little girl just came in from outside. Yo, little girl, yes, my cat. All right, what do we got here? 610. What's the top? 615. 612. 61120. Trying to do meta. 61120 changed everything. 61120. 61120. 610. Got it. 20. Okay. Let's see if that's right. Six 1105. 61105. 61005. Look at 610. Okay. Just doing the tops. 11 o'clock. 10:51. Deck's going. Alrighty. I think it's time to go for my walk. There's really not much happening here, and I think with what's about to happen at 1:45, it's going to be a little crazy for a while. Six oh nine 50, 610.50, 610. $6.11. Meta 6.11 on the top, 6.10 on the bottom. There we go. That's what I got. There you go. I got 6.11 and 6.10 on the bottom. Let's take a quick look at the big chart. Before we do that, let's take a quick look at FinViz. I think we should be in good standing. We have, come on, not wrong one. Come on, there's that haze again. Okay, 130.33. Let me do a quick refresh. 130.33. 124.39 on the Dow. 177.60 on the Nasdaq. S&Ps are up 18.60. Russell's up about 66 cents, and you can see on the bottom she had nice breasts. Anyway, you can see, get your mind out of the gutter. You can see here the top gainer stocks right here. The only one I don't have is HTOO. 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 There's a stock that we traded a couple of months back. HTOO, second to top. CNEY, common stock on your HU. Okay. It's a little, yeah, it's even Dex saying it's a little slow out there. The markets, as of now, nearly all top gainers have failed. How come he didn't put that on mine? He stopped putting it on mine. Let's copy that from him. And this is what he wrote, but he didn't come into me. Right there. That was from Deck. Okay. I'm peanut butter. I don't count. I'm going to do a quick... Let me go in here and let's get this one going. A little scan. I think I'm going to take a small break. Ba-boom. Alright, we got all that going. Let's get rid of the watch list. Okay. Take care of this. We should be right up to date now. Any questions? I shouldn't use that one. Alright, let's do it over there. Come on. Really? Wow. Alright, like I said, it's getting really slow out there. If anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to ask. This one here I need to take off. Put this back to lobbies. This one here. Okay. Here we go. Goes to stock. Any thoughts? Any thoughts at all? Anybody have any thoughts, any questions, any concerns? Otherwise, I'm going to take a walk while the markets decide what they want to do. And I'm not going to look for something to happen. You should be sitting on your hands right now, to be honest. You might be chasing something that isn't happening, or somebody else is manipulating. And if they're manipulating it, you're going to lose. These people are professionals. Really? Yeah. Look at that. Look how close we just got to that. Right there. We got to 345. We're looking for 355 for now. We were in 50 cents. Trying to break 220. Yeah, I'm sure. But like I said, right now we're waiting to hear the speech at 1:30. I'll put that out there. You can guys go look it up yourself. Let me see something real quick. Watch. What the heck is it? Yeah, this is it. Copy. Here we go. This is Jerome Powell speaks at 1:30. Alright, and I'm going to take a little break. So, where is my little sign? It says, taking a break. A well-deserved break. Listen, I'm already doing this right now. 9, 10, 11, 2 hours. I can take a break. Alright, I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. I'm watching the news right now. United Health CEO was killed this morning, execution style. It didn't have much effect on the stock, but they have many CEOs in that company. Anyway, right now there's really not a lot going on in this market, so I'm not going to come back in until around 1:30, right before Jerome Powell speaks. So I'm watching on and off what's going on the charts, and if I come in earlier, because there's something happening. If not, I'll see you around 1:30. It says that Powell's going to speak in 10 minutes, but every time I bring it up, it comes up New York Times, but I don't see where we're supposed to look. Anybody see where it's at for Powell's speech at 1:40? It's in about 1 minute, and I don't see it anywhere. Is Deck playing it? Nope, he's not. Nobody in there is even interested. Okay, nice to know. All right, let's get out of there. Anybody here? No? Anything about it? Where is it at? I'm trying to post it so we can hear it. Isn't that what I had? No. Thank you, YouTube. That's good. Perfect. I don't know. I couldn't find it. I was taking a nap. I passed out. I don't feel good. I really hurt myself doing some exercises, but what the heck. All right, let's see what we got here. Waiting for... This is good. This is good. Let's get rid of this one, and I'll open it again in here. Thank you, Golden Piquito. Waiting for the CNBC television. December 24th. Make sure the deck's off. This is off. This here, what is this? 1083. I don't care what it is. Put you in lobby. You thought I forgot you guys, didn't you? You did, but you were wrong. I didn't forget you. Let's get rid of that. I got it here. Let's put this at the end. Okay. As soon as Chairman Powell comes on, then I can get it on the microphone. All right. Looks like we're getting ready.
Business puts your privacy at risk. At iPostal One, we can help.
House, the landlord was charging per room. And when I did the math, I realized that
Do the math.
per room, you could actually accelerate your gains compared to any other real estate option. I decided to find places that were as close as possible to colleges and universities. We created a one-year co-op because I knew that this would be a great opportunity for people
All right,
to
we're
save
still
and make
waiting.
money during school.
We got why is it on that one? It's not on this one. Let me do the page. Come on. I'm not hearing any sound. What's going on? Shit. Let me try it again. I want to start again. I want to get it from the other one. Here we go. We got it.
Most of the interviews that you do, people talk directly, specifically, and stark about the economy. People actually rarely, I have found, try to find out about you and who you are and how this all happened and how you feel about all of this. And so before we get into anything economic, I just want to get personal with you because, as I said, you know, there's a lot of powerful people in the world. A lot of them come on this stage. There are presidents, there are CEOs, there are billionaires who are powerful, but in many ways, uniquely, you have a power that others do not. And I'm so very curious as a human, how that power sits with you.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. I guess I would say that I really love the work that I do. And that's the main thing. I like my job. I love my job. It's a great honor to do it. The work is incredibly interesting all the time. And I work at an institution full of highly talented people who are committed to public service. We know that the things that we do really matter for everybody, people and companies, and so I get enormous satisfaction about that. And there's a fair amount of responsibility, but you think about people who run large organizations, it probably feels very much the same.
Even when you can just change the dial and it changes everything.
So I've been at the Fed for almost 13 years, and I've been chair for 6.5 years, and I'm kind of used to the work that we do and the way we do it and all that. And so I don't experience it as difficult and unpleasant, although it can certainly be that. But I just feel I feel lucky to do it, and I basically enjoy the work a great deal.
Okay, so let's just go back in time, though, just to explain a little bit to everybody about how this happened. And it didn't just happen to you. It's something that you wanted. You graduated from Princeton. After Princeton, by the way, you went to Europe, from what I've read now. You have a guitar.
Yeah.
You were playing music in Paris, including the song "I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry." Could you still play that song?
That's not a hard song to play. I could play that song. I can't sing it very well.
Did you make
anymore.
money doing this?
No, never. People pay me to stop, actually.
And then you come back to the States, and you become a lawyer. Then you go to Dillon Reed.
Yeah.
And when you're at Dillon Reed, which was an investment bank, just to date the world here, no longer with us, it's been merged into a whole bunch of other places since then, you had a boss named Nicholas Brady, who later on, by the way, becomes the Treasury Secretary. But I'm curious, you're sitting there at this bank, and it was at this bank that you knew that you wanted to do something in public service.
Actually, when I was in college, I'm not one of those very mature kids who came out with a plan. I really had one thought. I'd grown up in Washington, D.C. My family was not part of the government and those elite circles, but I had this thought that I wanted to have a life which was mostly in the private sector, but then to do public service from time to time. And I had people like Cyrus Vance and George Shultz, who some of you may remember, in mind. People like that who had great private sector careers. That was the only idea that I had. And so one day at Dillon Reed, I forced myself to get up and walk up the stairs and knock on Nick Brady's giant office, which seemed to me like the Palace of Versailles at the time, given I was working in a broom closet at the time, and say, Nick, if you do anything in Washington, he's a former U.S. Senator, he was close to former President George H.W. Bush. If you do anything in Washington, I'd love to staff you. And he said, that's great, thanks. He asked his assistant to write my name down, and I went back to my broom closet, thinking nothing would happen. But a couple months later, I get a call from Denise Emmett, who says, please come up. And I worked on a project with Nick Brady in Washington. We became friends and colleagues. He becomes Secretary of the Treasury, eventually invites me to go to Washington as an assistant secretary. And honestly, God, the point of the story is that little bit of initiative to force myself to get up and, very fearfully knock on his door, thinking he might take it the wrong way. Maybe I wanted to leave the firm or something. And that little bit of initiative, without that, I would not be sitting here. There's no way I'd be sitting here. That is what opened the door to me to do public service at a high level that I hadn't really earned or deserved. So
Did you ever think, you don't have a PhD?
No.
So did you ever think that you wanted to go to the Fed?
So when I worked at Treasury for 3 years, and I really liked the people at the Fed, people like Don Cohn and Alan Greenspan and many others. I liked it, but I never thought that's where I would wind up. I thought I'd love to come back and serve again in some kind of economic capacity, but I never thought I would be at the Fed. So then what happened was I did a study of the debt ceiling during the 2010 debt ceiling crisis, and I briefed really the Republican House and Senate caucuses and convinced them that they had to raise the debt ceiling, that it wasn't a fake thing, that there really would be a default. And the Obama administration was extremely grateful to me for doing that, and nominated me to the Fed. And I've loved it really since I started there.
So you never had the sense, there's a guy you probably know who has a sense that your job, he says, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's flip a coin, and everybody talks about you like you're a god.
Yeah.
That is President-elect Trump.
I know, yeah. So he's right. The part about it being the greatest job, it might well be right. I have to say I do, as I mentioned, I do love the work, and it's a special place to, to be surrounded by people who are so dedicated and to know that your work really matters for people. It's a very special honor to do that work.
Did you laugh when you heard that?
I thought he's partly right there but he's not right about the come to work, once every month.
Just the flipping of the coin part?
Yeah, that part it's not like that. Not like that.
Let me ask you this, because it is the sort of political question that I think is in the mix right now, which is, you have talked a lot about the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. This is a group of people that I know that you are highly committed to. And there are now genuine questions, because the president-elect has been quite outspoken about it, just publicly, about the idea that maybe the Federal Reserve should come under more control and have the White House should have more influence over it. What do you think when you hear that?
Well, I think that what is the case for the Fed being independent? What does independent mean? It basically means that we can make our decisions without them being reversed, other than by Congress, which created it. We're a creature of Congress. We're not in the Constitution. We're a creature of statute. So that's what independent means. And that gives us the ability to make these decisions for the benefit of all Americans at all times, not for any particular political party or political outcome. We're supposed to achieve maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of all Americans and keep out of politics completely. I think there is very, very broad support for that set of ideas in Congress, in both political parties, on both sides of the hill. And that's what really matters. It's the law of the land, and I'm not concerned that there's some risk that we would lose our statutory independence, because I do think that those set of ideas are strongly believed by people.
But do you fear, he has talked openly about firing you, which is something technically he's not supposed to be able to do.
So I never discuss anything that elected officials say, so I'm going to disappoint you here. I just know, this is our focus. The U.S. economy is in very good shape right now. It's in remarkably good shape. We are the sort of envy of other large economies around the world, and I want to do everything I can to keep it there during the rest of my term, and I feel very good about where the economy is and where monetary policy is.
We're going to go there in a moment, and I'm going to try a slightly different approach with you, which is this. Because this guy's not elected yet, or even confirmed. So the new Treasury Secretary, likely to be, if he gets confirmed, Scott Bessent, who I think you know, has made this is what he told Barron's. He said it publicly. He said, quote, and this is an effort to undermine your power. He said, you could do the earliest Fed nomination and create a shadow Fed chair. And based on the concept of forward guidance, effectively the idea of what people expect in the future, no one is really going to care what Jerome Powell has to say anymore. What do you think the impact of something like that would be? Do you believe that that's even a possibility in the world?
So let me say, I don't think that's on the table at all. There's a set of institutional relationships between the Fed and every administration. I fully expect that we'll have the same general kinds of relationships that we have, institutional relationships, for example, with the Council of Economic Advisors, but most importantly with the Treasury Department. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have had breakfast or lunch together every week for 75 years. And not more than that, the institutions have to, there's got to be trust and mutual respect and acknowledgement of the different authorities and boundaries that we have, but a very constructive relationship, because, in times of crisis, we work much more together under the law. Nonetheless, it's a very important relationship, and I'm confident that we'll have the same kinds of relationships with the incoming
that first lunch, though, is going to be interesting.
It's going to be fine.
Have you guys talked?
I don't know him. I don't know him well, but I am confident that I will have the same kind of relationship with him once he's confirmed, as I've had with other Treasury Secretaries.
Okay, let me ask you a slightly different question that's in the same category, but actually very different, about just influence from the White House, because I think the public, it would help people to understand it. So before Paul Volcker passed away, I went to go visit him in his apartment on the Upper East Side. This is back in 2018. I was writing a story about him, and he had just written a book, and he had talked about and told me a story about how President Ronald Reagan and his chief of staff back then, James Baker, had asked him to come to the Oval Office. This is in 1984. And he says, quote, "Reagan didn't say a word. Instead, Baker delivered a message. The president is ordering you not to raise interest rates before the election." Now, Volcker wasn't planning to raise interest rates, and he said that he was stunned by all of this. And then he went on to say that he later surmised that the library location had been chosen, quote, because unlike the Oval Office, it probably lacked a taping system. Has anything like that ever happened to you?
Basically, no. No, I mean, you remember in the prior administration, there was a lot of public things that happened, and the things that happened in private were exactly the same. The president said the same things to me privately as he said publicly. I said the same things privately to the president as I said publicly. So all of that it was in the prior administration, but nothing like, I know I'm very familiar with that story and with that book, by the way, but nothing exactly like that happened.
The other question that I had just is, this is a government question, which is, we've been talking about Doge and things like that today. The Fed is self-funded, my understanding, but it does have congressional oversight. As Congress thinks about trying to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficits and trying to make things more efficient, do you think that the Fed could come into or come under some kind of Doge-like program?
You know, part of our independence is that we are self-funded and we have, the ability to make our own decisions about hiring people and that kind of thing. So we've got strong legal independence. We do try to run the Fed respectfully, and we know these are taxpayer dollars. Even though essentially we have a large balance sheet, and our assets earn more than our liabilities, so we're earning a spread, and we give those profits every year to the Treasury Department. But we also use some of it to pay for the Fed. But we try to be good, stewards of the public's money as well.
One of the things that I think is fascinating about you, and it differs from many of the other predecessors of yours, is you speak very plainly and very openly and transparently. Alan Greenspan spoke somewhat obtusely. There was always this sort of communication divide in some ways. And I'm so curious how you think about that, which is this idea of communicating, and some people, by the way, would argue over-communicating in terms of the way the Fed approaches its job today. Sort of post-financial crisis, there really was a move to try to tell the public what was going to happen, to try to tell everybody where everybody thought the Fed was about to go, and whether you think long-term that has helped you, or long-term whether you think that has to be rethought.
So go back 50 years, and central banks were mysterious, and there was a lot of lore that was the right thing to be. Then there was a bunch of academic research by people like Alan Blinder and others, which came to the view, which is, I think, clearly correct, that if the market and the public understand how you will react to incoming data, then they'll do your work for you. So today, when some economic event happens, markets adjust immediately, long before we take any policy action. So that's the whole modern theory, is to be as transparent as possible. And we've greatly increased transparency. People do make the argument that enough transparency, maybe it's too much, but I think generally the overall trend over 40 years of history has been very constructive. And also, we're a public entity. We shouldn't be mysterious. We should be telling people what we're doing and why. In terms of speaking plainly, I think it's important that the interested public be able to understand what we're doing. And so it's important that we explain it in a way that doesn't include a lot of jargon. Jargon is really important when you're talking to other central bankers or other economists, but when you talk to the public and use jargon, you just make people angry, because it excludes people.
But do you think it makes it harder for you to make a snap decision if a snap decision is necessary? Because the markets have already moved on this expectation of where they think you're supposed to be, or where they think you're going.
That hasn't happened. I mean, we've moved very, very quickly, both up and down with rates when it became appropriate to do so. I mean, we cut rates. We were the first central bank in the world to cut rates to zero during the pandemic, and we raised rates during the inflation faster than the Fed ever has.
So here's a question about where we are now in this economy. And I want to get into maybe where the economy may go, but the expectation is that you're going to cut rates. But I'm curious about why that is the expectation, insofar as we're still in a moment where it appears that inflation looks a little stickier than we thought it did. And the economy is stronger in many ways than had been expected. And so the question is, what is the cost, if you will, of waiting?
Right. So let me take a step back on that and just say the background is that, as I mentioned, the U.S. economy is doing very well. We're in a very good place with the economy. We're growing at around 2.5%, and inflation has come down. Headline inflation was as high as 7.2 or so. Now it's at 2.3%, and unemployment's at 4.1%, which is a little higher than it was a couple of years ago, but it's still it's a very, very low level. And, we're not quite there on inflation, but we're still making progress. So the backstory is that the U.S. economy is in very good shape, and there's no reason for that not to continue. So we raised rates to between 5.25 and 5.5, and we held them there for 14 months. And other central banks around the world had already started cutting. We were the last major central bank to cut. And we're now on a path to bring rates back down to a more neutral level over time. But you're right, the economy is strong, and it's stronger than we thought it was going to be in September. So the labor market is better, and the downside risks appear to be less in the labor market. Growth is definitely stronger than we thought, and inflation is coming a little higher. So the good news is that we can afford to be a little more cautious as we try to find neutral.
Tell me, I'm actually very curious about this, just how you think about it. Occasionally when you either get it wrong or it's not where you think it was going to go. As you just said, you had a different view in September than you do now. Obviously things change, but what was it in September that surprised you? And if you could go back in time, do you think that you would have known the difference?
Well, in September, what we saw was the unemployment rate had moved up close to a full percentage point, and again, we'd held on long after other major central banks had cut. And I mean, more broadly, there are two risks, right? There's the risk that we move too quickly and undermine the progress we've made on inflation, and there's the risk that we move too slowly and unnecessarily undermine the labor market. And we're trying to be in that middle place and get it just right, so that we continue to get inflation coming down. We keep policy at a restrictive level, but at a less restrictive level over time. That's what we're trying to do. I would say in September, it was time for us to cut because it was time, but also because I wanted to send, and we wanted to send a strong signal that we were going to support the labor market if it continued to weaken. What happened instead was, in the couple of months after that, we got some data revisions which strongly suggested that the economy is even stronger than we thought. So the picture is actually stronger than it was then.
How do you think we, as the public, should think about when we get these labor numbers, which, by the way, seem to get revised all the time? Do we have a counting problem? And I ask it really, because oftentimes we'll see a number, and then you'll find out, a month later that not only was their new number, but actually the old number was off by more than you could expect. Do you think there's a better way?
So the way it works is that the numbers that people see from the household survey is the unemployment rate, and then the payroll jobs, that's an economic establishment survey. They're surveys, so you're not counting people nationwide. You're doing as sophisticated as you can survey, and you're projecting that out to the nation. What's happened lately is that survey response levels have come down, and that has probably it's meant for smaller groups of people, and that means there's more volatility. There's been more volatility in the revision. So you've seen a lot of months in which a job number comes in and then it gets revised down the next month, and that's typical when the unemployment rate is going up. The labor market data is among the best data that we get. We do eventually, the Fed doesn't do this kind of data, but it eventually gets down to counting people and tax records and things like that. But the first numbers that you see are survey based, and they're going to be a little volatile.
How do you take into account, and do you, some of the things that may be forward-looking in terms of political or new policy changes? So we heard a couple things this morning when we were talking to Ken Griffin. One is he thinks that the economy is about to rip in a great way because the regulatory shackles are going to come off the system that were under Biden administration, and President-elect Trump is going to take that off. At the same time, we also talked about tariffs and the uncertainty that that would create, which he does not think is going to actually create much uncertainty, at least for a while. How do you, sitting in your seat, think about those things?
So, like all forecasters, we have to kind of make a guess at this point about what's going to mean for the economy. But let's take tariffs. Here's what we don't know about tariffs. We don't know how big they'll be. We don't know their timing and their duration. We don't know what goods will be tariffed. We don't know what countries' goods will be tariffed. We don't know how that will play into prices. What will be the transmission into prices? We don't know how people in the markets and in the economy will react to that. And we don't know whether other countries will retaliate. So that's the list of things that we don't know. It's a partial list of the things we don't know. So we can't really start making policy on that at this time. That is something that lies well into the future. We have to let this play out. We literally don't know all those things. The main thing we don't know is all the other things that will be happening in the economy in 6 months or a year when this starts to matter. So what are we doing? We're modeling this. We're looking at it. We're evaluating it. We're observing. But it's right. The decisions we're making right now are not about that. They're about what's happening in the economy now.
Similar answer in terms of immigration. And the reason I asked about immigration is, the CBO has calculated that if there's one force in the economy today that could be a major boost or not to the GDP, jobs, tax revenue, lowering the deficit, all of it, seems to be about higher net immigration.
So let me say, for both trade and immigration, the Fed has no role in that policy. We don't have an institutional view on the right level of tariffs or the right level of immigration. It's just not our job. That's the job of elected people. We don't comment on the decisions they make for whatever reasons they deem appropriate. We don't comment on that. But I can tell you, there was a great deal of significant wave of immigration. It's now come, the level of immigration has come way down in the second half of this year as the Biden administration changed its policies. Right. It's true that a lot of people came in and they went to work, and that was part of why the GDP growth was so high in 2023, was a wave of people coming in and doing more work and spending money.
I know the dollar is the Treasury's department, so I'm not going to ask you about the dollar per se, but I am curious, just because it relates to tariffs. There has been this sort of speculation around tariffing countries, BRIC countries, that may be trying to build their own currency. And long term, if you're just to think out a long time, the idea of the U.S. as a reserve currency relative to somebody else creating their own, is that something that concerns you?
You started with this. The administration, and more particularly the Treasury Department, has responsibility for the value of the dollar and for exchange. It's not something that we opine on. We stay away from that, and they stay away from what we do.
You hope. Let me ask you a slightly different question about crypto. We were talking earlier also about Bitcoin, and it's going, it's rising. There's talk in Washington also about creating a Bitcoin reserve, actually. You do deal with currencies to some degree, and you have to think about some of these issues. How does crypto sit with you right now at a time when it appears that this next administration may legalize it in a much more broader way? I mean, it's legal now, but that there might be a much bigger groundswell for it.
So from the jobs that we have, what's relevant is really two things. One is just, what role should crypto assets be allowed to play in the banking system? We try to keep the banking system safe and sound. We regulate and supervise banks, and we would want the interaction between the crypto business and the banks not to threaten the health and well-being of the banks. That's thing one. The other one just is, to the extent anybody's doing that through a bank, we would want the public to, if people are buying crypto products and things like that, there's sort of a consumer protection aspect of it. But they should need to understand exactly what it is and that sort of thing. But we're not, we don't regulate it directly, and we don't have that big a role.
Would you ever own it yourself?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to?
No.
one of the big issues coming up is going to be taxes in the budget. We talked about DOGE and all of this. One thing that you have spoken out quite emphatically about is debt and deficits. You've been doing that now for a very, very long time. What is, in your mind, the tipping point for the debt and the deficit? In that, for a very long time, I go back to thinking of 2010 or 11. I read some of the speeches you were giving back then, and thinking about Simpson Bowles. And at that time, people talked about the debt and deficit. We're at a tipping point. If we don't deal with it immediately, we're at a knife's edge. We're going to tip over. And here we are in 2024, and we haven't tipped over yet. In between that, there was this whole MMT idea that somehow we could just spend money wildly and that would be fine too. And I'm not sure that's gained too much traction either. Maybe it's been undone. But what do you worry about as the tipping point for all of this?
So you're right. I did work on fiscal policy issues before I came to the Fed. But at the Fed, we don't have oversight over fiscal policy. Quite to the contrary, Congress has oversight over us. So I would limit myself to saying this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable. And we know that we have to change that. We've got to get back so that revenues and spending are in better alignment. We don't need to pay the debt down. We don't need to balance the budget. We just need the economy to grow faster than the debt, and that's not happening. We're running very large budget deficits at a time of full employment and strong growth. So we need to address that, and we got to do it sooner or later, and sooner is better than later.
Now, do you think the Fed should or could take into account the debt and deficits and that cost in terms of where you think rates can or should be ever?
No, never. I mean, if the central bank, this is you see this in some emerging market countries, for example. If the central bank can't raise rates to deal with inflation because the fiscal situation is so bad that they can't raise rates, that's called fiscal dominance, and that we're so far from that. I mean, we will always use I put it this way, we'll always use our tools to achieve price stability and maximum employment, 2% inflation. We're not thinking about, we better not raise rates because of the budget. If we ever get to that point, that we're far from that point.
Right. Before I forget, one of the reasons I wanted to actually ask you about Bitcoin is, to some degree, people think that is a symbol of people's faith or lack of faith in either the U.S. dollar or in the Federal Reserve itself, in terms of the system. What do you think of that idea?
I don't think that's how people think about it. I mean, it's so, people use Bitcoin as a speculative asset, right? It's like gold. It's just like gold, only it's virtual. It's digital. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. It's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. That's really how I think of it.
When you think about other countries, and I know it's not your job necessarily to think about other countries, but you spend a lot of time, I think, talking to your peers at other central banks. What are you most concerned about? Are you most concerned about the economy in China right now? Are you most concerned about Europe? What's the take around the world?
That there, as good as things are in the United States, of course, there are always risks, and certainly geopolitical risk is very elevated around the world with Ukraine and the Middle East, and kind of very weak growth in places like China. That's all out there. I think domestically, we do see low and moderate income people under some economic pressure. If you read, for example, or listen to the earnings reports from some of the retailers who deal a lot with low and moderate income people, they will uniformly say that people are under pressure. They're very much price shopping and that kind of thing. So that's the aggregate numbers for the U.S. are really good, but we see pressures there in the lower income spectrum that we didn't see 2 years ago after the pandemic, when people came out with really significant amounts of savings.
One of the, when we came up, I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, we were talking, one of the big things was vibe session, this idea of how people think, the vibe about the economy. And I think the vibe had a lot to do with actually the result of the election. And I'm curious how you think about this question, about inflation. A lot of people were saying, well, it is this past administration's fault, the inflation problem. Some people said it was your fault. Some people said it was how much money Congress appropriated during the period of COVID. How do you actually think about it yourself?
Look, we shut down the world economy partially, and there was a global outburst of inflation. There was a time when there wasn't a single country in the world that had 2% inflation. It was everywhere, okay? And what was it because? It was because of a lot of pent-up demand. It was certainly because of very strong fiscal support and low rates. All of those things contributed to inflation everywhere. And now it's, if you look at, I could show you a graph of 10 countries, and they all look like that, and I'd say which one is the United States. You wouldn't be able to, you'd have a 1 in 10 chance of guessing. So I think that's what happened. And, the good news is in the case of the United States, we're back to a much better place. But I will say people are unhappy because the price level is higher. Right. You can tell people that inflation has gone down, which is the change in prices. But that doesn't matter to people who are paying, 10, 20% more for the important things in their lives.
You are known to spend a lot of time talking to folks in Congress privately. Folks like Fetterman, by the way, love you, apparently. I'm curious what you think the state of financial literacy is in Congress today.
So like anything else, it's mixed. There are people who are very knowledgeable, and they tend to be the ones in responsible positions on the important committees. And there are people who, there's so many things to be an expert on when you're a congressman or a senator. Think of the breadth of the things they have to know about. Defense, it's endless. So it's not surprising that most of them are not, a good number of them are focused on the economy and, monetary policy and things like that. But many of them are focused on other things, as you would expect.
We're out of time, but before we go, I am told that you have a special talent. I don't know if the public knows about this special talent, but I thought since we're here, we should try it out. Which is that apparently you can repeat sentences backwards, famously.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was able to see, and just for standard vocabulary words, I can see it in my head spelled forwards and backwards. I started pretty much any word, as long as it's not 12 syllables, And I started doing that for friends when I was about 10 years old, and they were like, "What is that?"
Try supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I'm not as good as that I used to be, but I can literally see the word forward and backward in my head, and I can spell it backwards. Like you're a word in a.
So when I give you a sentence, can you do the whole sentence backwards?
I can do each word. I can't do the whole sentence.
So the sentence I had written down, this was Bernanke in 2008. It may be too long for you, though. If we don't do this now, we won't have an economy on Monday.
I'll do economy. Inamos. Imonos. That's economy backward. I'm not going to do the whole sentence.
Jay Powell, everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, and that was interesting. Beneficial? Not really. Did it make the market move? I don't think so. No more than it would have moved. So that was, like I said, fun to listen to, but and he's an interesting guy. Hold on, I lost you. Sorry, I lost you for a second there. Come on, there we go. All right. So anyway, I don't know if anybody else got anything out of that. Anonymous. Economy backwards. Amimonos, whatever it's. Economy. Yinimonos. All right. Okay, I could do one word backwards too. But the guy wasn't too smart, and Powell is a super intelligent man, obviously. The guy, he just said to him, I can't do a sentence, but I can do, what do you call it? And he goes, I have a sentence I wrote down. So, of course, he picked the one word, which is economy. But anyway, all that said, the markets were pretty slow today. Hopefully, they're going to be a little more busy tomorrow. I think there's some more on the calendar tomorrow. I don't remember what it was. If you want to look it up, you can. I did leave you the earlier, and I left you the thing for the website, which is where is that? It's U.S. Economic Calendar. Well, it's the Economic Calendar, and there's the other one from the Feds. But that's about it. And I'm not gonna go any further. I will leave the charts up for a little bit. We're almost at the end of our day, according to the charts. But we have about 2 hours left. There you go. Anybody have any questions for me? Anything you want to ask? If you're new here or you've been here forever, if you want me to leave, just say so. I'm more than happy to go back and lay down and take my nap. I'm so tired. I don't know why. And it's cold out. It's like I feel like I want to go hibernate or something. Even my cat fell asleep right next to me. She came in and I scared the pants off her. I didn't even know. I woke up and she was right there in my stomach. She does that. I'm out cold and she'll crawl next to me. She likes to hear my breathing, make sure I am. I think she'd cry if anything ever happened to me. That little cat, I guess for the two of us, for like the whole world. You know, my wife will come and she'll pass one day, and I'll probably accept it, but not the cat. It's like, why did you have to go? Hopefully I want to go first. No, I actually don't. But anyway, I don't want to go. I'm not ready yet. Yeah, I'm not ready. Okay, I was taking pictures of stuff to put on eBay. All right, that's it, I guess. AR, have a great rest of your day, everybody. And I will see you all tomorrow. All right? I've been losing my voice. I am going to be doing less and less. I'm staying less. I have been staying too long. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Boy, that was loud. Let me turn that down. Add that volume all the way up. I like to play it from that computer because it's louder. And I take it from this computer where you can hear it. So, and it all worked out fine. I thought there was going to be more to it. Last shot. Let's take a quick look. You can see I'm going to do a quick refresh. Ba-boom. We got 242 on the Dow, 215.28, and the Russell's in the negative. And now you can see we got a little bit more. That's heavy green in here. This is heavy green. So we got some good green area. Amazon, Oracle, Nvidia. And most of our big stock, except for Meta, is in the either just neutral or in the red. And that's it, folks. I set everything up for you that I can. Right there. Let's see what I got. Edit that to 65. All right, and I need to do one other thing. I lost you, but I didn't. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. This is too much. 4, 5. Let's just do a refresh. All right, might have lost you for a second. I refreshed it so it'll be faster. All right, bye-bye, Golden, AR, my guys. I will see you all in the morning. All right? See you, troops. One shot. Don't give the money back.